Welcome to part 11 of our Switchwire build. Yeah, last time we left off with all the wiring being in place, and I didn't want to turn on the printer yet because I wanted to check all the cables again, and it was good I did, because I found a couple of issues. Now I actually forgot what I changed. I made a post on YouTube about that. Oh yeah, I mixed up the 5 and 24 volt cables, so basically we're over cross, which of course would have been extremely deadly for our BLTouch. And the LEDs. So that was one find. And then the other find I had was that I swapped the ground and 24 volt pin for the fan, if I recall correctly. So yeah, a couple of issues there. Luckily all fixed. Hi Joe. Yeah, but there was still one casualty, which is unfortunately our Pi. I wanted to power on the Pi to like prepare the OS and everything, and I actually removed it. But if you watched last stream, I used this like riser here to kind of like have like one plug to plug in and out all GPIO. And turns out that thing was wired over cross. So basically the 5 volt pin here was not here, but was here. So basically I plugged it in, and this one got 5 volt on the GPIO pin, which killed it. So there was one victim. Yeah, I'm pretty annoyed, to be honest, because it's like not a cheap machine, or like not a cheap board by now. But yeah, so this one died. It also took the took the buck converter with it. You see there it's like completely cracked open. So you missed the magic smoke moment, unfortunately. But there's still potential for more magic smoke. So let's see. Yeah, so this one I'm really annoyed because I triple checked all the wiring and everything is okay, or like was okay, except that like this riser cable was like wired over cross, which would be quite important to put on the product, I guess. But yeah. This one is a brand new Raspberry Pi I bought this week. Luckily the prices are back to normal. So this one is the 2 GB model and ran me 48 euros or something like that. So it's painful, but manageable. To prevent further expensive casualties, what I did now is I popped in a Raspberry Pi Zero for now. This one is, you see it, it's actually running already. Both the buck converters down here are running and providing 5 volts, so also the power supply is on. Just want to prepare that with peace of mind for the stream. And I also prepared the operating system for the Raspberry, or like for Klipper. And I pre-compiled the firmware that we will need for the mainboards. I have one SD card for the SKR Mini E3 V3, which is on the left, and one SD card for the SKR Mini E3 V2, which is on the right. So both of them are pre-compiled and put those stickers on them so we don't mix them up. So we can flash Klipper on both of those boards. So yeah, I would just continue like where we left off. And my general plan is, so the moment you see like the power supply is on, there's a little like green LED there. But you see the connectors for the 2 main boards are not connected. So the only thing that's connected at the moment are those 2, yeah, you can't see it, but they're 2 Wago terminals that provide power to the Pi. And my plan now would be to first power on this board. There's not much that can go wrong. Because there's basically nothing connected to it except 2 stepper cables, but the stepper cables are not connected on the... What was that? Where came those balloons from? What? Okay, they are random balloons. I have no clue where those balloons came from. Not sure if you saw that. I digress. Let's see. Wait, is this from... I had it in a Teams meeting this week as well, this balloon. I have no clue, because in Teams meeting I did that, and then the balloons came. But I don't know if that... I have no... Okay, let's see. Maybe there were no balloons since my head. Yes, so basically, let's start off this board first. Nothing can go wrong basically, and then I would disconnect most things from that board so that we basically only have the board and then just plug them in one by one. Hopefully nothing happens. I triple checked everything. We also still need to connect those 3 wires here. This is 5 volt, ground, and 24 volt for the toolhead board. Yeah, so that's basically my plan. Let's see how it goes. Then let's power this off, just like for proof of for proof that's actually working. I'll disconnect it, but this here is running on the Raspberry already. So I just installed basically it's a clean Raspberry operating system install. It's then the Kiao installer basically on top, and I installed Klipper and Moonraker, and that's it. So that's basically just to prepare everything. Yeah, then I would say we can also just be nice and power off the Pi before we turn off the power. Let's give it like 20 seconds, and then we can start. I'm still like shocked about the balloons. I'm pretty sure I saw balloons. Okay, then let's kill it. Let's quickly wait for the green LED to not be green anymore. Okay, so now it should be safe. Then let's remove that cover here. And then we are looking for the red connectors. These are the ones from that board. So there's one thing that concerns me quite a bit. And it's something I discovered while quadruple checking everything. And this is as soon as I connect this board or that board, either of the two. Hi Max. Yes, there are balloons. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I updated my operating system this week. So I think they added some weird camera magic. Because like it can't be that in Teams and it's in OBS and they have nothing to do with each other and it's the same balloons. Okay, so what concerns me a bit is like if I check the continuity above those two terminals, the ground and 24 volt of this mainboard, I get a continuity from the multimeter. So I have no clue why this is. It's on both boards. And this is obviously like not good because it's also now down here between ground and 24 volt. Oh no, this is now surprising. Because now I don't know where this comes from. Because this board is not yet connected fully. Oh wait, it is. Ignore me. So basically, as soon as I connect this, I have continuity above the two terminals, which is really, really bad usually. But I checked this board with the external power supply and I just plugged it in and it turns on and there's no short. So I have no clue why I get continuity above those two pins on both boards. So basically I'll turn it on now and then we will have a very high likelihood of magic smoke popping up. Again, at the moment it's only the main board. Those two cables to the motors are not connected to the motors itself. And the USB cable is dangling down here, so there's nothing connected to this board. Let's make sure that nothing touches anything. Let me actually put that cover on again, and let's see what happens. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. That's a good start. I put both of them on ground. Oh god. It's Could have been worse. But that shows my extreme concentration on stream. Whoop. Let's not lose that. Okay, let's quickly do this one first. So this obviously needs to go here. And then this needs to go back here. Okay, let's take it as a warning shot. Negative, positive. Okay. Try again. And it needs something shorted. Cool. Not sure if you see it, but there's some smoke here. Now I guess this comes from... Yeah. So this board is not okay. Again, nothing connected to this board. Looks like here. So if you tuned in for magic smoke, you were correct. Okay. That's interesting because like when I powered it externally, it was fine. Smoking channel after wiring guides though. Came a long way since I last visited. Yeah, like it looks nice, but it's not working, so that's not good. But it's not like, it was really like here that stepper driver. And you see it here on the board, there's like, you can't quite see it on stream, but there's like a little bit of like stuff now. There's nothing wrong in the cable channel. Okay, so there's something off with this stepper driver, which most likely now is dead. That's okay because I have an identical board as spare actually, but this is a bit concerning. I'm kind of inclined to turn it on again and see if we have more smoke or if it's just like burnt out the stepper driver and that's it. Because like that's the thing, like right, like there's nothing connected to the stepper driver. It's empty plug-in, and those cables are not connected to anything either. Let me just quickly peel off those heat sinks so we see a bit what's going on. But yeah, it's only this one. Okay, I mean, all or nothing. I guess we lost the stepper driver. We have the power LED and we have the two fans seemingly. Let's check if our continuity is gone. Oh magic, the continuity is gone. Okay, so this one was no bueno. Yeah, it looks like just the driver killed. But that I'm now a bit more concerned because if we have the same issue here, we have the same continuity issue on this side of the board, which most likely means we will also lose at least one stepper driver on this board. I would assume it's the same issue because it's exactly how this board behaved. It's exactly how this board behaved. Okay, let's put on the heat sinks. And see what happens. I mean, we have too many stepper drivers anyway. The only problem is, and it's kind of like, problem is like hard work, but I have this board here, which is this is a V3, this is a V2, and this is a V1.2. So the only problem is that those two boards have broken fan MOSFETs. Don't ask me why. I'm an expert in killing electronics, if you not have noticed yet. Shouldn't take out the fuse first. I'm not an expert in electronics, but I think the fuse is only on a 24-volt channel. I also have a theory, like now that I think about it, I think I know what's happening with both of those boards. Which might be my stupidity. But I was testing the tool head and moved the tool head around. And maybe the motors generated so much current that it burned out the driver. That would explain why both have it, because if I move the tool head around, it's the AB motors and one was plugged in. Maybe I moved the plug, like it was plugged in this port and the other one is plugged in up here. So maybe we have the exact same issue on both boards because one was the A motor and one was the B motor, and I moved the tool head around. I moved quite quickly to see if it's like running properly. That was maybe pretty stupid. But yeah, we have one more board in case this completely burns out. We don't have fans, but we can still move the printer. And then we can fix that step by step. So this one is running. What I would do now is I would actually unplug the Pi, because we still have like electronics issues, so I don't want to. I mean, this is only a 0-1, so it's not like super terrible if we lose it, but I would still prefer. Yeah, fed back into it. I think that's what's happening, because those boards were never in the same system before. So whatever happened to the two must have happened in this build. Yeah, so let's see. I would just undo the 24 cable that goes to this board. Let's make sure that we get the right terminal this time. And I power on the other board. And then what I would do, it's also like weird because I moved the tool head on my V0 as well, and I never had issues with the V0. No clue. Okay. Let's unplug all the things that can break on this board. So this one is the LED cable, and this one is the BLTouch. These are the two fans. Which I don't know which one is which one. We need to figure it out later. And then this one, I took a picture of that before the stream. So, I mean, the cables kind of stay in place. Kind of. Okay, so this is now all unplugged. Let's also undo. No, I don't want to undo this one. This is a heater cartridge. That should be fine. Let's unplug the heater pad. One cable is enough. And then the heater cartridge, the other one goes to ground, which is down here, which is this cable here. So the tool head board is now completely unplugged. Let me just double check that all the motors are unplugged. Yeah, all the motors are unplugged. So let's quickly put the cover back on that we don't have any accidental stuff. It's nice. So we almost know that there will be smoke. So let me make sure to give you the full show. I guess here it goes. 3, 2, 1. There was the smoke. Oh. So the question is now, which and how many of the drivers up there did we lose? Because I can't pull off the heatsink as easily. But yeah, Must be when I moved that it like overpowered the driver. That's the only thing I can imagine. Because it wasn't connected before. Like there was no electrical connection in any way, except that I plugged in the steppers. You think it was a Z stepper? For me, it looked more. For me, it looked more to be this one here, which is the Y. Could also have been more than one. I mean, it would be nice to know. What we can do, we can pull out the board and take off the heatsink and have a look. You could, hi there, Steve. You could meter wiring at the motor end to check voltages. Could, but I think it's easier if you just, because this one also has a visual like thing, so you see which one smoked. But it's not too bad. Even if all three of them are damaged, they're now plugged in. We can move this one over, and those two can go to the other board. And then we are still fine with enough drivers. But yeah, the board is happily blinking, so I assume it's okay. Then I would say let's just quick pull off and take a look. It's unplugged already, so there's not much we need to do. Yeah, it's just quickly. What a shame. This was the last mainboard without any damage I had. Wait, which direction? Do I have to push? Ugh. Okay. Okay, well. I also have to unscrew it. I don't think I can reach the other pin there. I guess no choice. Okay. I have a picture. We can figure the wires out. Let's see. The downside of this big heatsink, like, it looks fancy. But it's not as practical as the small ones that you can just pop off. Let me actually quickly use a proper driver. Should have a slim fan on it. Yeah, it's actually sitting right in front of a 60mm fan, so I think this should be fine. But I'm also like not sure like how much cooling they actually need. I think as long as you have like a little tiny bit of airflow, it's fine. Like there's so many people, I'm not sure if you know those, but they're like those like modded electronics cases for the Ender 3 that are like on the back. And people put like this like teeny tiny 40mm fan there, like on the opposite side of that, and like of this electronics case. And for some reason it still is enough cooling. So I don't think it really needs a lot. I'm also not sure what happens when stepper drivers like overheat. Like if they just lose power, or if there's something like this happening. Actually a shame that you can't change stepper drivers on those boards. It's the first time I damaged stepper drivers, and now it's like already... It's quite a bunch in the first go. And just carefully squeeze that. Okay. it should come off. Is this glued? Seems like it's also glued. I mean, there's the... Yeah, here we go. Yes. Oh, very good smell. So looking at this, I think X, Y, and Z are fine, and the the EM is definitely damaged. Sure, I can close. I get that, but you see it here, like there's this brown gunk, and also here on the heatsink. So this one is gone, but the other two seem fine. Okay. Now I obviously destroyed the thermal paste. Okay. Let me quickly grab fresh thermal paste and then... Part of the cap is missing? Which cap is damaged? The only damage I see is this here. The rest looks fine to me. Yeah, like there's a bit missing on the edge. That's true. Well, you came for magic smoke. We had plenty magic smoke. Let's hope that was it for today. Okay, let me quickly grab some thermal paste and we can just like add a dip of thermal paste to them. I'm back in like 30 seconds. Let's see if we get like the... I have no clue why I kept this, but let's see if we can get the last tiny bit of thermal paste out of there. Oh, see? Now I'm happy I kept it. It's most likely a bit overkill, but... No, I wonder if it's conductive, but I don't think that thermal paste is conductive. That would be very bad. Very bad thing. I could have brought some Q-tips, but I did not. 1 second again. So let's quickly clean up around the pads and then I think we have an A+ solution here. Okay. Good. So let's put this back on. That's it. So we know that the extruder driver is gone, which actually is not too bad. That's better than I hoped. Maybe let's not start with the one in the middle. It would have been boring without any magic smoke. So I basically killed two main boards, or like not, I damaged two main boards and a Raspberry Pi in one build. This must be like record. Must have been the paste because it looked like it has a piece of it. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a bit not missing, but like it's the surface is not quite what it used to be. Let me think. So basically, this means we need to move over the Y motor one slot, but that's then basically it. And then we just need to be maybe a bit careful, like when we initially like start moving the motors. Okay, that's all the screws. Then let's put this back. Oh, sorry. So before I forget, let's double check where those wires go actually. Let me just, I always forget which direction. Upwards. Okay, that's in place. So we know that this one should work. This one needs to go over one, right? So this one is the broken one. And this one can go in the middle. Oh yeah, and here's the fan. So this is, should be good cooling. Okay, then. Let's do the following. Let's turn everything on together and see if we have more magic smoke. And if not, we can slowly start connecting the tool headboard. So that's it. Let me put on the cover. And I guess let's quickly double check. Black is on the outside, black is on the outside. Those cables are not going anywhere, nothing is connected. Looks to be okay. So we have one power LD here, one power LD here. Interesting. Oh, that's actually the thing. This board is broken, right? So what happened here is that both fan MOSFETs are broken. And that's, I think, why you see the two LEDs on here. Because the fan MOSFET is broken in a way that's like always 100%. So that's why the two LEDs are on here. But then this looks kind of okay, I guess, in the realm of we broke two drivers. Okay. Yeah, then let's quickly reconnect the stuff here and see that nothing else explodes. That would be tremendous progress. Let me quickly check, because I forgot to put the pictures I took here. I hope they're already uploaded. Yes. One second. I'm fighting with my computer. Here we go. So that's what we had before. So I would say let's just plug in the fans. That's quite safe, I guess, because they're off. The LEDs are not on, so nothing will happen. I don't know which one is which, so that doesn't matter. Let me actually swap this around. Then I would leave out the LED and the BLTouch for now. Then here we had the temperature probe with the 2, then the red one, and then the one with 1 cable. Okay, these are out. Those are a little bit concerning to me, but I guess all or nothing, right? So this one is ground connection. This one is 5 volt. And this one is 24 volt. And I'll show you in a second from a different angle. You can't really see what I'm doing here at all. So we have those, oh, it's quite dark. Oh, my light is normal light, sorry. We have those Wago terminals here. It's really hard to see. Maybe if I zoom more in, it will adjust the exposure. Yeah, see, there you have the Wago terminals. So I added this cable, that cable, and this one here. Okay, so technically there could be like magic smoke in the front that tool head board. I don't expect it. But let's establish myself as the magic smoke streaming panel. Not sure if I get this all in one frame. But technically something should happen here. Oh, that's interesting. The key bag pulls it because it's not as heavy in this angle. Okay, cool. Then I guess all or nothing. 3, 2, 1. Nothing exploded. That's good. I'm a bit surprised that the BLTouch doesn't light up. I would have expected the BLTouch to become red. like the red LED of the BLTouch to turn on. What that is... Okay. Let's turn it off and go one step further. I will still leave the two heaters unplugged. So the heater bed and the heater cartridge of the tool head, I still leave them unplugged. Because I don't want them to like heat something without us noticing. I'll put in one cable here, just that we have like one cable less flying around. Now we have those two. Yeah, let's plug in the BLTouch, I guess. We can also plug in the USB again, which doesn't do anything, but... Oh, by the way, I changed the USB path here a bit. Like, before it was like over the board, a bit messy. Now it's like under the board, which makes this cable here quite short, but it should still like just be enough to reach the Pi once we install the Pi 4 here. Like the Pi 4 basically goes in like this. So this should be just enough. If we kind of position it where we have it at the moment. So that's good. I also ordered two new cables here for the USB with L-shaped connectors. Yeah, I didn't order them with high priority because this will work. It's just like, it would be nice to have black cables like going straight down because the height is perfect for the opening here. So let's see. Okay, then I guess what we can do now is, yeah, let's just plug it in. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Ah, magic! Now we have a red BLTouch, and it also, not sure if you saw it, it did the initial click probe thingy. Not sure, like the initialization, I think I would describe it as such. So that worked, which means the 5 volt works, 24 volt works, our BLTouch wiring is correct. Amazing. Amazing. They don't smell smoke, so hey. That's cool. Then I guess we can continue our endeavor and start installing Klipper on one of the two boards. Yeah, cool. Okay, this could have been better. Could have been worse. Okay, let's go back to our favorite side of this build. Yeah, I guess we can also unplug this one in now. Let me just quickly double check that this plug. Just because now I'm a bit spooked. So NeoPixel is PA8, so that should be fine. That's the one that controls the LEDs. Let's try it one more time. Oh! Ha! The LEDs are on. Cool. So this also works. And I never had LEDs connected. Let me quickly... Oh yeah, nice. A bit unwieldy, but we also have the front LED. Very nice. So that works. I'm very happy. See, now most important thing is working. Now we can basically stop for today. Okay, let's quickly turn this off again. getting heavy. Ooh. Let's not throw it off the table. I need to move it a bit to have a bit more space. Because now we will need to work a little bit on software. Okay. Which board do we start with? It doesn't really matter, but maybe let's start with V2 one. So this is this USB cable. I'll just set up Klipper on the Pi 0 now, and then once I'm confident that everything works, I swap in the new Pi 4. Like, we can make an unboxing. Still unopened. This is for later. Let's just kind of wiggle this in here. Okay. Then, yeah, let's also directly pop in the SD card. So I used the V2 SD card, so let's hope that I don't drop it. Let's see if we can manage this SD card in there. Ah, here we go. Is this a clicky? Yeah, it's a click. So now it's clicked in. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all we need to do here. Nevertheless, let's follow the instructions. Because the Voron documentation is really good. And they actually have all boards that are in question here. So basically I completed this already. I created the Klipper bin and I renamed it to firmware bin, so that's on the SD card. There's a firmware bin. Ensure the mini is not powered to remove the SD card. Connect microSD card. Open the microSD card in the file browser. Copy the firmware bin. That's basically what I did. Replace the microSD card, turn on the power supply. If named properly, SKR will automatically update with Klipper firmware. Important, if the Mini E3 is not powered with 1224, Klipper will be unable to communicate. Okay, well then, okay, there's nothing left to do. I was wondering whether we need to do something special, but nope. So I'll just unplug the USB for now and then turn it on. Like, every time I turn it on now, I'm afraid there will be like poof and smoke. I have a little bit of trust issues right now. I'm not quite sure if there's any indication for us. I think the LED here is new. This one. At least I didn't see it before. Maybe that's like a status. I'm doing something LED. It's a bit of a shame that we don't have like a display to see anything. Oh, technically we have. Somewhere. I mean, it's over there, I think. Let's just turn it off. It should have been plenty time to flash. Pull the SD card and then we can check on my computer if we have firmware.cure file, which would mean that we had a flash. But I don't have a microSD adapter. Okay, let me quickly grab A, the display, and B, the microSD adapter. Then we can A, see what the board is doing, and B, we can check the SD card. 1 second. Okay, I'm back with a micro SD adapter. Let me quickly check what we have here. Yeah, we have a untitled SD card with firmware.cure, so that was a successful flash. Then I guess what we can do now is go here. Let's first go here. So basically, this port is flashed with Klipper, technically. So let's connect it via USB and verify that. And then also now I would plug the Pi back into power. So this is now powered on. And then once everything's booted, we should be able to... I really have trust issues. But I see a green LED. Okay, this will take a second to boot, and then we should be able to see it here once it's up. Let's also safely store the MicroSiwss again, because I am expert in not only killing electronics, but also losing micro SD cards. See? Still nothing? Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. Bit weird, like sometimes we get a ping back and sometimes we have a ping out, timeout. It's a Pi 0. Let's see if we can reach it from the browser, which would be weird if we can do that, but let's try. Nope. Takes sweet time. Maybe we should switch to the Pi 4. I'm already running out of patience. Let's see if we have success with the IP address. Ah, here we go. I got a prompt for the SSH key. So something is happening. Oh, man, let's hope this gets quicker. Okay. Okay, that was not successful. What is going on here? Yeah, I would try the IP, but right now it's somewhat broken. Doesn't do anything right now. You can't even enter. Oh, here we go. Okay, something is off because like the prompts that I enter out say Pi Charlotte, but my prompt down here is from the local machine. Let me try again with a new. It wasn't that slow like this afternoon when I compiled the firmware and everything. It's a 0-1, but it's not to stay there. It's just like I'm kind of like a little bit having trust issues after all the electronics I killed right now. So I kind of want to, if I kill more raspberries, I would rather kill this one than the Pi 4. But I think this is more like a network issue than anything else, to be honest. Let me quickly check my router, what it thinks about the Wi-Fi connection to this device. Experience poor. That explains a lot. I can see poor experience. The IP is correct. Yeah, so somehow this thing has really bad Wi-Fi right now. Oh. I mean, technically we can put in the Pi. Yeah, I mean, you see it, right? Like some pings go through, some pings don't. 3 seconds ping. Okay, let's put in the Pi 4. One last attempt with SH. If that doesn't work, then Pi 4 it is. Okay, Pi 4 it is. That's the end of my patience. Okay, then, magical moment. A brand new Pi 4. Never saw the light of day. I wonder whether we can pull off the heatsink. I mean, I can pull it off. I'm not sure if it like pull. I mean, somewhat stays on. That counts. Maybe not. Okay. I'll add it to my shopping list. No, that's wrong. If we kill this Pi 4, I'm really sad. That will be terrible. So I hope this was the end of electronic issues. No, it's not. Does it have enough power? I had problems with the Wi-Fi on Raspberry Pi Zero when having a 500 milliampere power supply. Yeah, it has enough power. It's powered by the main power supply. and the buck converter can handle more than the Pi needs. I actually use this setup also with the Pi 4. And also the Wi-Fi worked this afternoon. I'm not quite sure why it's now having issues. Maybe my neighbors are home now and using their Wi-Fi a lot? No clue. Okay, the heatsink is not gonna not gonna stay in place. Oh wait, I'm putting it on the wrong way. It's supposed to be this way. Okay, halfway done. Let's hope that the Pi 4 comes with better Wi-Fi than the Pi 0. I do have an Ethernet cable here as well, so worst case we can quickly run a cable. Oh, maybe my problem is actually my MacBook, because my MacBook is standing like next to the Pi and it's streaming the stream over Wi-Fi. Maybe that's just too much interference for the 4 Pi 0. For Raspberry Pis, I usually use Diet Pi OS, which is a slimmed down version of Raspberry OS. Yeah, I use the it's a headless Raspberry OS at the moment. It's just like, for me, it's like the least hassle in a certain sense. Like, I know it works and is well supported. It's kind of like my thing, like, I want something easy. And usually, like, the Raspberry Pi 4 and stuff, like, they have so much power by now. Like, not speaking of the Raspberry Pi 5. Okay. Let's really focus on this cable. Five volts is on the outside, ground is on the top. I know for certain this is correct, but I'm double checking. Yes, 5 volts is on the outside, 1 free, and then ground. I know this is correct, but... Okay. Here get a close-up of the Pi in case it dies. Success. LEDs. I hear BLTouch clicking. Lots of LEDs. I'm very happy. Okay. This should be booting up. Let's hope that the SD card works without any problems. But this will... Oh no, it has... it's already there. And it has stable ping. See, that's what you want. Let's see. Most likely not booted up yet. Oh, it has a new IP. Because the MAC address changed, so now it's 776. But let's just use... Yeah, instant. Man. Okay. We could have saved quite a bit of time. Let's see. And our luck continues. This should be the command to show us the main board. We don't have serial? would we not have serial? That is weird. Yeah, it's exactly the board actually. The E3V0. Let's try this command here. Maybe this poops something out. Well, it's quite a lot. There's something here. Not sure if this means anything. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, to be honest here. Like, you know, these are all the devices. There's quite a lot. I don't think I see anything that looks like anything. Okay. Then chances are that we made a mistake when compiling the firmware. Let's see. So these are settings I used. Oh, I didn't see your last message. Guess that. I usually power the Pi through USB ports since it has power protection. I think that's a very smart idea, actually. After my experiences, yes. Power through GPIO bypass that, so it's a bit riskier. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I'm not sure if you were here in the beginning of the stream, but this Pi I killed. Then I used a riser. My idea was like to have like one plug to unplug the entire GPIO because I will have a little bit more here. And what I didn't know is that the riser was like wired over cross. So the 5-volt pin that was here was not here on the riser, but was on the opposite side of the riser. So I completely killed it by like putting 5 volts on GPIO pins. Okay, let's see. Let's double check that we have the correct configuration here. So SKR Mini E3V2 Klipper. Yes, rest in peace. I'm pretty annoyed by that, to be honest, because I double checked all the wiring, but it didn't check that the riser wasn't wired like that. Which, yeah. Yeah. At least the price is not back to normal. So, hey, there's something. I mean, this is the settings I used here, but it's a bit outdated. Oh, there's PA14. I missed that. I most likely missed that. Okay, then that explains why it doesn't work. GP, not PA14. Not PA14. Does it look now the same? Not PA14. Let's double check. We have the SMT32F103, SCM32F103, correct? We didn't check those like weird settings. Bootloader offset is 20 kilobit. Bootloader offset is 20 kilobit. Clock reference is 8 megahertz. Clock reference 8 megahertz. Communication interface is USB. PA11, PA12, this is exactly here. USB IDs is empty, and then GPIO pins to set with microcontroller startup is not PA14. Not PA14. Okay. Yes. And then we make. Okay, while we make, let me quickly make sure that I still have access via network. I have. Then we do have the SD card here. The only problem is now I have to restart the entire thing to flash it, so it will also reboot the Pi. And way quicker on the Pi 4. Okay, let me quickly copy that to the SD card. I have like a remote access setup, so I basically can just browse the files on the Raspberry. Okay, let me quickly sudo shutdown. No? Just so we don't like pull the power all the time from that poor Raspberry while it's still operating. And once my computer decides to eject the SD card, which I think I did now, we can insert the SD card. Okay, I'm powering it off. Everything is off. We insert the SD card. Let's also quickly unplug the USB, just to be sure. And let's also unplug the Raspberry. Then we can power cycle the Okay, let's just give this like a solid like 30-40 seconds. So it has all the time it needs to flash. And then I guess, I mean, I didn't count. Let's give it another couple seconds. I mean, usually it's quite quick, like 10 seconds to flash. I really wonder whether it's like it's a status LD or something. Because I didn't see it before we started flashing. I guess that's it. Let's power it off. Then let me quickly check the SD card, whether we have a firmware cure file. Chris White showed a pretty neat trick in his last video where you can sign up a web server through a Python 3 command and download a firmware file that way. Yes, what I do, and it works as good, I think, it's I just install the Samba server. So I can't share it at the moment because I don't want to share my entire screen. But basically, I just have the Raspberry Pi in my file browser. Like it will, like if you use Windows, it shows up in a network section. There's just like a Pi server, and then you just double click, enter your Pi and Raspberry password, super secure, and then you can browse the entire like file system. It's the literally what you need to do is Raspberry SMB install. It's really simple. It's literally like this one installer thingy. Yeah, you do sudo apt-get upgrade, and then you just install this one. Sudo apt-get install samba common bin. And then once you're done, it's already configured, basically. You don't need to do this. That's all done, basically. You need to do the sudo samba password a pi to add a pi user as a samba thingy, and then you do this smd restart command. And after this, you will just find your Pi on the network as a network drive. Maybe the Python script is quicker, I don't know, but that's how I usually do it. And it's just like a server you connect to from your browser, from your file explorer. Okay, so this is flashed. Let's plug in the Pi again. Let's plug in the USB. And I'm still having trust issues, but let's fire. Let's quickly wait for the Pi to reboot. See if we can already SSH. Pi 4 is so fast compared to 0. Yes, here it is. So we did miss the PA14 initialization. Cool. So this is our first mainboard. So now we just have to repeat the entire shebang one more time. Let me quickly double check that I didn't miss any magical setting for the E3 V3. No, GPIO pins is not set, so I did all the things correctly there, I hope. Let's just quickly do it again, just to be sure that I didn't screw up. Okay, so we need to select the STM32G0B1. G0B1. We have an 8 kilobyte bootloader. We have a clock of 8 megahertz, and we have USB on PA11 and PA12. And this one needs to be cleaned. Let me double check. So we have the STM32. STM32. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at the Voron documentation for the SKR Mini E3 V3, and then here. So we have the 8 kilobit bootloader, 8 megahertz clock, USB on PA11 and PA12, and we have no GPIO pins. Okay. Let's quickly make. Let me quickly see if I can show you my magic trick here. Okay, so this is compiled. 1 second. Need to find the right window. Here. So this is basically what I see. And now you can just go to network, and then it will show up as the host name. In this case, it's Charlotte. And then you have a Pi folder here, and this is your home folder. So then we have Klipper out, and then behind my webcam, it's a Klipper bin file. I go one level deeper. You see it here, Klipper bin. So I can just take that and once I plug in the micro SD card, you can just like copy paste it. That's usually what I do. So it really just is like a network drive. On Windows, it works exactly the same. It's actually like a Windows protocol. Here's the SD card, and we can just delete those, and then I can just copy paste directly here. Let's just call it firmware, and then E3 v3. I just keep the bin file here, so in case we have to flash it again, we still have that file. But this one will be converted into the cure. And then basically I can pop it out. And then we can insert it into the main board. Let me also quickly shut down the Raspberry again. But yeah, there's like a billion ways you can copy that file from the Raspberry. This one is kind of like, it's one solution. What Chris Riley showed is also a solution. I think the goal of Chris Riley is just having like a very, very simple way of people that are not like super into all those like technology things. They can still manage to get the file off. Technically, you don't need anything. There's like SCP, secure copy, which can just pull files via SSH, but then it's like you need to know the paths and parameters and everything. So it's a bit more tricky, I guess. Okay, I'll unplug the Pi again, that we don't start up the Pi while this is flashing. There it goes. And then we need to remember to switch to USB cables. And then we need to pay very close attention that we don't mix the two main boards. So basically, once Klipper's flashed here, we should only have one connected at a time until we have all the IDs figured out and have it in the Klipper config. Yeah, like something is up with this LD. See now here, this one has this LD now, and this one does not have this LD. So this has something to do with the flash thingy. Maybe it's like once it's green, it's ready. I don't know. Don't pay enough attention. Give it like 10 seconds, and then we can restart. That should be enough. It's also nice, like on the older board, you have like this nice clicky SD card slot, and here's just like the cheap one. Okay, let me quickly verify that we have a successful flash. Yeah, we have a firmware cure file, so that means we had the success. Cool. Then let's put everything back together. So I basically just plug the Pi back in. And we unplug the V2 board and we plug the V3 board in. Which is a bit challenging, but we manage. Here we go. Okay. If we would have been smart, we would have saved the serial ID of the other board, which we still have time to do. Okay, so I'm just scrolling up my terminal history. So this one was the ID we had for the V2 board. I will make a note of this so that we do not mix it up. Let's actually do like an interactive chat here. MCU V2. Here. The chat is my notepad. Okay, and then I think we are ready to start everything back up. Let's see if we can already Here we are. And we have a second one. Let me also make a note of that. MCU V3. Perfect. Chat is an amazing tool. Then let's go to the browser. And start configuring our printer. So basically, a couple of ways we can do that. We can do it from scratch, but I'm not that good with Klipper. Almost done with software side of things. Yeah, well, like a couple of things are still missing. And I'm still a bit concerned about the motors working. But we are getting there, like step by step, right? One dead Pi at a time. Let's just start with the Switchwire config. I think that makes the most sense if we just start from the... And then let's start with the V3 config. So basically the fun thing is that the SKR Mini E3 V3 is the BOM mainboard of the Switchwire. So if we start with this one, we should be quite close. So let's just paste it in here, top to bottom. I'll organize it later a little bit because I don't want the macros in here. Like all the macros I usually have in a separate file, but this should be kind of okay. So let's take the... See, I'm copying it back from the chat. Let's take the serial of the SKR Mini E3 V3, which is the G0B1 one. And let's call this one, I rename it right away that we don't mix it up. I hope this underscore supports. So let's just call it MCU V3. So the only thing is we need to quickly go through here and rename all the MCUs to MCU V3. Oh, that's it? Oh, okay. Let's keep this at MCU for now. Okay. If we rename it MCU V3, we have to specify all the pins which MCU they're on. So let's keep it as is for now. There will be some issues. MCU is a keyword, but you can have multiple. Oh, I think then it would be MCU space and then something else. Why does this one have issues? That's not good. I wanted to use it as a template. Oh no. Okay, something is up with my Wi-Fi. But yeah, you can have multiple MCUs. But I think then it would be like this, with space V3, and then this one you need to specify the V3 on all the pins. Okay, let's just quickly go through here what's that stuff. So the X stepper. Potentially it's just a completely wrong stepper because the steppers are all over the place. X is at the moment not connected. So we need to see what to do there. Technically we can connect it, of course. We have X, Y, and Z connected at the moment. Oh, yeah, we have to connect it. I have two motors on Z. This one is the extruder. This one is the Y. No, this one is This one is the A motor. So let's just put the A motor on X. Then let's put the Y motor on Y. That's radical. And let's put our extruder here on Z. And then the extruder one is broken, and the one that's free is the second Z one. So if you have a dual Z, you can use those two, but it's the same driver. Okay. Then X is fine. Problem is Y is on the different main board. So in order for us to have like proper movement system, we need to have both boards set up. But that should be fine for now. It would not work obviously, but shouldn't kill us. Also Z, like that's just the wrong stuff. So we need to change all the motor configurations. Same for extruder, this is just not gonna happen. I'm not gonna double check all the pins because like this is explicitly for this main board. What this means, I don't know. Oh, wait, sorry. You're not looking at what I'm looking at. My bad. So this one we need to figure out. Basically, if the Z probe is open or closed in the non-triggered state. Something we need to figure out what the BLTouch is doing there. Fan control doesn't really matter. We have 3 fan pins. 2 are connected at the moment. So we have the controller fan, the heater fan, and the fan for part cooling. Which one is which we need to check. Homing and bed mesh, none of our concern. We don't have a display at the moment. PA8 are lights, maybe? Who knows? And then we're in the macro section. Hi, Tony. There's a command to check if limit switches are triggered. Yes, we can do that. But we only have a limit switch on Z. Oh, okay, sorry, I see your connection there. We also need to configure sensorless homing for X and Y. That's also on a to-do list. Whew. Oh, we didn't plug in the LEDs. Okay, so let's do the following. Let's configure both MCUs at once. Because like, if we only have half the motors, that's half the fun, right? We can save and close and restart that, and nothing should like explode. We should have a working setup. Sensor type and section heater bed must be specified. Okay. Let's see. Sensor type. Okay, we need to check what we need here. Ender 3, Klipper, heater. Oh, it's back online. Amazing. A bit. Heater bed, sensor type. Sensor type. Okay, so I'll just copy this from the Ender 3. Let's check the Ender 3 Pro. Well, it's most likely it's the same. So I'll just take this one because we have an Ender 3. Save and close. Restart. Not error. End stop pin in section stepper Y must be specified. Okay. Okay, we need sensorless, and I did not check that. Well, here's where it gets funny, right? because we have those jumpers here, and we can also plug this in a second. Those jumpers here for sensorless homing, and they are on X and Y. So luckily we didn't break the X and Y drivers, as far as we know. So the extruder, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because, I mean, here we are lucky. Because again, oh, but here we have jumpers for all stepper drivers for sensorless homing. That's interesting. On this newer one, we only have steppers for X, Y, Z. Okay, so basically that means nothing because the extruder stepper is broken here. So we can configure all three for sensorless homing. Now we just need to figure out which motor is where. Which stepper is where? Because we don't have X and Y, we have A and B. There's a comment to check if the limit switches are triggered, but not sure if BLTouch is used as a limit switch in this config. Yes, the BLTouch is used as a limit switch. This is this plug here. Like it's this plug for the signal to like stow and push out the pin. This one I already forgot, and then this one is the actual switch. And yes, true Klipper experience, and we will do this for the next few minutes. So here's the thing, like stepper A and B, I have no clue which one is which. But X and Y, X and Z are A and B, but Y is not, obviously. So Y is plugged in as Y. That is easy. Bus motors we can also do. So let's just go for sensorless homing here on Y. That should be fine. For Z, we have probe Z virtual end stop. I'm not sure if that makes sense, because we actually have like the physical pin. But let's assume this makes sense. That leaves us with X. And here we have an end stop pin PC0. Let's assume that makes sense. Oh, sorry, forgot to. Sorry, Cassette. I am very bad at switching back and forth. Virtual end stop requires direct pin config. Okay. Yep, that's the wrong config. So for Y, where's Y? We need this one. Not sure if this is a diag pin. We need. Restart. No, you're doing great. Thank you. Okay, let's push it into Google. Position and stop. It would be nice if I could compare it with my other config, but X, Y. Here they say position and stop. That's something I don't need. Don't think this makes a difference because it's not the... Need to catch up with previous videos from build series. Well, the last couple were just like wiring, and seemingly I didn't do a great job because I still broke a lot of like a lot of stuff. But yeah, like the last 3 videos is just wiring, I think. It's weird that the config doesn't tell me. I mean, this is a diag pin. Question is in the TMC stepper section. Yeah, it must be in this section. This is where the arrow must be. Seemingly we need some diag pin, but I don't know. Line 77? But this looks fine. I think this also... Okay, let me quickly pull the plug on this machine. I want to compare it because I have it exactly set up here. Give me 1 second. Okay, I quickly restarted this machine. It needs most likely a second. But I have sensorless homing set up here, and we don't need to. E3V3 sensorless homing. Oh, amazing. Suddenly it works. Am I blind? Oh, why is it here? Yeah, so firstly here, yeah, you're right, MCU is a keyword, and then you have space, and then you have like the name of the other MCU. Then we have... Yeah, just like a normal pin here. And we don't have the diag pin set in this one. Let's quickly check if we find something for this board with sensorless homing. Okay, so we have those jumpers set. And then basically they tell us to just use PC0 for X and PC1. Because they also have this weird thing here. So this would be then just exactly what they have here. PC1. Where did I have the schematic here? Because this one is Y and then Y is PC1. And I'm just... So wait, so one of those 3 is, one is an extruder, one is the Y motor, which is actually Y, and one is, yeah, this one. Let me not squeeze it under there. So the one in X is actually the extruder. The one in Y is Y, and the one in Z is the one in Z is A, B. A or B. I don't know which one is which yet. Okay, cool. That is fine. Let me see if we save and close and restart firmware what it's doing now. Error. Position and stop in section separ Y must be specified. This is what we removed. So let's comment this back in. Sensor type and section extruder must be specified. Sensor type. Ender 3 Klipper config. Let's check again the Pro. Heater. Oh, extruder, sorry. And sensor type is this one. Save and close. Firmware restart. Oh, no more errors. Cool. Cool. So what do we now have? We still need to set up the second board. There's no way around that. We are ready to print. Not quite. Not quite. So I think the first thing we need to do is let's configure the steppers we have on this board correctly. So this one here, I wonder whether it's easier because this cable here is quite long. I wonder if it's easier to take this cable and move it over here. So we have the extruder at least on, or both extruders on one board. And this here, this is also an extruder. Yeah, this is also the extruder. It's also quite long. But this cable here is too short to reach over there. And I'm also not sure if we have, oh, we don't have any more. My idea is that we have one board doing the kinematics and one board doing the extruders. But I don't think the cable, yeah, this cable's not long enough. Oh, sorry. This cable here is definitely not long enough to reach over to the other main board. Okay, let's do the following then. I would just like, then let's at least put both extruders on one board. And then we have the A motor here, the B motor there, and the Y motor here. Okay, let me quickly power off, and then we do like our switcheroo. Let's give this like 20 seconds to shut down. On the Pi 4 we have this, there's this green LED here, which is now off. When it stops blinking, the Raspberry is booted down, or shut down. If somebody's interested in that. Let's also make sure to not plug in the LEDs. Okay, so we take this one out. And then we take this in this main cable channel here. See, it's perfect. And we plug it in here. I have one more cable for stepper drivers. Which would be physically long enough to reach. It's just like it's ugly. That's the one downside. Okay, we'll manage to do this. So what is Y here is A or B. Let's put this all back together. This cable channel is so much nicer than the first attempt I made. Okay, so Y is Y. Yeah, I think we can turn it back on. And then we can configure also the second the second MCU. Might take another hot second. Not sure if both Z and BLTouch should be under one board. Well, there is no Z, right? There is no Z. We have A and B motors, which together control Z. But there's no Z per se. But also it doesn't matter. Like it shouldn't matter. The sensorless homing, I would be more concerned. But also this technically should be fine to have two. Okay, let's quickly add the second MCU. And just call this V2. And then I take from our chat the serial ID. Just to check, those are indeed different ones, so we don't cross them. Not sure what restart method command is doing. In this config, I have it on both. Let's just leave it out. And then ideally, I would call this one V3 later on, just to have it like the same, because they're kind of like equivalent in a certain sense. Let's just quickly see how this works. Yes, see now here when you have a pin and you want to have the second MCU, you say with a colon basically. Oh. Did not. Yeah, so with the colon, we indicate that. So stepper Y is check. That's okay. Stepper X, what is our stepper X, is actually the stepper Y on the other board. And that's not where it gets funny. So let's just Klipper Switchwire config, because I saw that they also had a config here for the other main board we have. See here, E3V2. So let's just copy the stepper Y section here. All that. And this becomes our stepper X. And then we need to also add Oops. V2 in front of here. To indicate that this is on the other board. I'm not sure if the exclamation mark, I think it should be here. And then we have here the same thing. End stop pin is V2. And then we just copy the settings from here, I guess. Homing retract distance. Oh, wait. What I do makes no sense. Wait, let me quickly, don't save. Because the Y stepper is different from the X stepper. It will probably still work, but might create lag. I think it doesn't make a difference because not sure if both that's what is recommended in the Klipper docs. Maybe it will create a bit of lag, I don't know, but because we have two motors, like, I'm not sure, we need to try it. Okay, so back to this. So basically we should not replace all the things. This one is a bit confusing. End stop position 250. Why would that be here? Position max. Is it also here? Yeah, position end stop is... Oh, wait. Yeah, position end stop is also 250. I'm not sure why this is 250, because we don't have that much. Okay. Let's just copy the step, just the pins. So this is PB10 on V2. This is PB2 on V2. This is... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm correct. Enable pin is PB11 on V2. Rotation distance, this should be all the same, and then UART pin is PC11. Oh, it's interesting, it's the same on V2. And the TX pin is PC10 on V2. Okay, so these are all the pins. Properly solving... Yeah, I think so, but the thing is we don't have 250 in that direction. Like, I mean, maybe it's the height, I don't know. It's like with this XZ, Core XZ, like I'm not quite sure what is what. So this should be then X. Extruder we can completely ignore for now. I don't really care about extruder right now. That means this one is correct and the Y is correct. And then we need to set up the Z, which is technically correct, right? The Z is plugged in Z. Let's see, save and close. But why didn't it restart? Printer config? Huh? What just happened? Something happened, because now the MCU is missing. Oh, I didn't add the MCU, right? Oh god. Let me copy that again. Save and close. So the X is V2, V2, V2. End stop pin. We are missing end stop pin. End stop pin is PC1 on V2. I wonder why it doesn't restart. See? Oh, we didn't plug in the USB. I'm not sure if I can just plug it in on the fly. Technically, I should be able to. Let's quickly check in the terminal. Oh, it connected. Yeah, YOLO. USB should be fine. Yeah, see now both are showing up. MCU and MCU V2. So that is perfect. Oh, that's interesting. The V2 has a faster chip than the V3. That's interesting. Okay. Then let's just... Yeah, let's actually start with temperatures. Temperatures is good. We also have some fans to check. So, temperatures, and on the top, I'm completely blind. Both show 23 degrees, which you can't see, but you can trust me, it shows 23 degrees. So the temperature is fine. 23 degrees is perfect. I'm not gonna heat it up yet, but that is fine. As a next thing, let's check the fan. I hear some fan. Yeah, and this is actually the correct fan. So this is the part cooling fan. So this works. Part cooling fan, check. Extruder fan we will find out once we start heating. I'm not sure what the light's supposed to do, but it doesn't do anything. So that's good or bad. But lights are not my concern right now. I think LDO and Voron announced a new board. Oh, cool. Like a Voron specific board. Do you have a name for that? Okay, there's some missing config still, but that doesn't matter for now. Yeah, let's verify the heaters. Technically we should shut it down, but for heater pins I am less concerned. And we quickly plug this in on the fly. Okay, let's start with the bed. So technically we should now be able to set the bed temperature, like let's say to 30 degrees. Oh, not an extruder fan. Oh, wait. I set the wrong one. I set the extruder temperature, but the extruder fan turned on. So check on that. Let's set the heated bed temperature to 30, and now we should see that rise. It's annoying that it's behind there. Wait, can I reorder that? I see the bed rising. Let me put everything in one column for you so you see it on the side. Temperature is rising. So the sensor is okay. And also this is okay. Then let's check the extruder. Let's check the image. Was left or right? It was left. Okay, so this goes here. Okay, now we should be able to set the extruder temperature. Let's say to 30, and then we should see that rise. Which we do see rise. Perfect. So this is also okay. So, so we verify that we can move the stepper. X we can move. Yeah, all of them we can freely move. I guess now would be the time to just flip the machine over, right? Because we plugged in everything that there's to plug in. So let's just flip it. Okay. I'm keeping it like oriented this way so I can quickly turn it off in case of emergency. Verify end stops. Let's see, but I don't think there's much to see at the moment with query end stops. X open, Y open, Z is triggered, which is the BLTouch, but it's also in its blinking weird state. I never worked with the BLTouch on Klipper, so that's one thing I have no clue how to do. Let's do stepper bus. What does it say? Stepper underscore X. Shutdown. Unable to read TMCU or stepper X. Perfect. When we restart. So X doesn't work. Cool. Let's try Y. Oh, wait. There's one important step I forgot. Who can spot the issue? Okay, so while it's in shutdown mode, we can plug in the stepper, I think. That should be fine. So we plug in X. I still leave the extruder motors unplugged. Oh, we also should check the belts. We didn't check the belt at all. The cable's optional. Yeah, it's a wireless stepper. Let's try again. Okay, but we know stepper X is not correctly configured. Stepper Y technically should have worked, but it didn't. It's buzzing. Not sure if it stops buzzing at some point, but it's buzzing. It stops buzzing. Cool. And then let's do the same for stepper Z. Something happened. Uh-oh, something not good happened. Something not good happened. I think I smell electronic smell. Potentially, we have another death driver. Oh wait, I turned off the machine. Yeah, like then not much gonna happen. The BLTouch initialized now, which is nice. I didn't see any smoke, but it smells like smoke. This was plugged in the Z. If I check the image I took before we start fiddling around. So my consideration is that all steppers that are plugged in right now are potentially dead. That's my thinking. So this one was in the same spot. So potentially those two are dead. I mean, this one is confirmed working, which is amazing. So those are potentially dead. So I would just move this over to this stepper. Man, this is so annoying. Let's move it over to this stepper, configure the Z to be on the X. And hope it works. I'm low-key prepared to buy a new one. It would really suck, but okay, so let's check the V3 config here. So we need the Z to have the pins of the X, just to make this entire thing easier. So this is PB0, tier pin PB12, enable pin not PB14, UART PC11, TX pin PC10. Is this the same for all of them? Oh, it's the same for all of them. I was like this is the same. Okay. Save and close. I'm not quite sure why it doesn't offer me to restart. Okay. I quickly plug this in. Okay, so going back, X was emergency stop, Y worked, Z was smoke. I remember more, and there was a command to query TMC driver status. Don't know if Klipper has something like this. Yeah, I think it's just a small issue because like the X is, we configured the X to be on the other board. So I think it's just some minor issue. Okay, I'll show you this board here, and then I do X and bad things will happen. Shut down. Unable to read TMC UART step on Z. Okay. I mean, nothing died, so I take that as a win. Cannot update MC on CU config as it is shut down. I never understand the difference between restart and restart firmware. But seemingly restart firmware is a more deep restart. Okay. So again, X is not gonna happen for now. So here we have some issue. Oh, there's a UART address, which we most likely should fix. UART address 0, exactly, maybe that's the issue. So the Z is actually X. We could have also now, because now the X is plugged in X, right? X is plugged in X. We can like decomplicate the entire thing. Let's do that actually. This is the v3 config. I just restore what we had on X. So what is X in the config is now X on the board. So let me just do that. So we reset that. Now X is X, and there's no discussion. And now we just take the Z. What is now Z? Something isn't right with this board, I think. Like those heat sinks are really hot. Oh, it's a broken one. The broken one is really hot. The board up here seems fine. This one is just screaming hot. Yeah, this one is really hot. So this board, I'll definitely swap that because I have the exact same board again. So this one just goes out and then this one comes in. But for now it's fine. Okay, so what is now plugged in Y is our Z. Okay, so let's copy that over. So from the v2 config, we take the Y, and we now know that we also have to copy the UART address. So this is v2 pv10. How many extra boards and Raspberry Pis do you have? Well, let me quickly copy that and then I can tell you the full story. pv2. pv11. We keep this as is. PC1. PC1. Oh, this is a ProVert. Okay, let's keep that. And then PC11 and PC10. But on the V2 board. And then UART address is 2. Save and close. I'm still unsure why it doesn't offer me firmware restart directly when I save that file, but okay. So here's the story. I have 3 of those boards because, I mean, here's the full story. This is the main board that came with my Ender 3. I then replaced it with this SKR Mini E3 V1.2. But unfortunately, due to an accident, I killed the fan headers. So this one doesn't have working fan headers, the rest of the board is fine. So at some point I got annoyed by like driving the fans manually, so I got this one, which is the SKR Mini E3 V2. And it worked fine for like a very long time. I basically was driving the fans from the Raspberry Pi. I was driving the fans from here. But at some point something went wrong with my... I had like some logic from like 24 volt fan to 12 volt. Like the board has 24 volt obviously and the fan was 12 volt. At some point that went wrong. I have no clue why. It worked for a year or more and suddenly it was poof. So this one has broken fan headers. Amazing. I used it again, like controlling the fans externally. And at one point I got this one because I got annoyed, which was fine until today or like last week when I decided to kill the stepper. Here you go. So now I have 3. And for the Raspberry Pis, this one I just bought this week. Like, I killed this one last Sunday, which, like, to be honest, like, every electronic piece I touch right now is just, like, broken. Don't take my advice for electronics. So yeah, this one I just ordered, and luckily they're back in stock, and they have, like, normal prices, so it's, like, a acceptable loss. Yeah, this one is also a little bit... not hot, but warm. Bit concerned. Okay. I regress. Let's see. Technically now, let's check again the Y. I hear buzzing, Y works. Ah, it took a second. Okay, so Y works. Sure, his unfortunate streak is over. That's what I thought when I installed this board. But yeah, let's try X. I hear buzzing. I hear buzzing. Let's try that. I mean, 3 for 3 would have been too good. Reports error, driver status. No clue what this means, but it most likely means the driver is not working. Let's just Google that. Let's just restart it quickly. Let's just double check what we have here. Oh, this one is also quite hot now. But there was nothing plugged in here. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm just looking at the pictures. This is the picture of the board I took like before we started today. And I see that the stepper was plugged in into Y. So if I killed that stepper, like X exploded when we first turned it on. So I'm not quite sure why this one had issues. Not a Y is reporting issues because we're still plugged into Y. I just don't trust the board. Let's just see if we do it again, what happens. Oh, I'm so retarded. I'm constantly click save and close instead of save and restart because it's red. I'm not used to the red highlight color. Okay, let's just try this again. Now directly goes to shutdown. Do we get the same? F007. It's a slightly different error though. I'm not quite sure. Okay, let's double check. So we have everything on V2. I mean, that this one is not on V2, but that doesn't matter so far, I guess. If we check, we take it from the Y. It's PB10, PB2, PB11. PB10, PB2, PB11. And then it's PC11, PC10, and UART address is 2, run current 0.5. Yeah, should be fine. Like that is, I mean, we have to call UART address. I mean, we can quickly try that, right? So if we plug this now into Z. Just plugging that over into the Z stepper. And we basically take PB0, PC5, PB1. PB0, PC5, PB1. And then we have UART address 1. So if we just do this, save and close. I did it again. From restart. Yeah, now we have a moving stepper. Now we have a moving stepper. So that means that basically this other driver most likely is also damaged. Let's quickly close this up. So, oh, that's quite a setback actually. So if we now check again, we have working X. Yeah, we have a working X, is this one here. We have Y. We have a Y. And we have a Z. So that seems to work okay. Okay is relative. Technically, we could attempt homing Y. Let's just double check quickly what we have as a config here. We have PC1 as end stop pin. SQR Mini E3V3. Let's just quickly check. So we have Y PC1. This should be PC1. Homing direction is, or homing answer is 250. Technically it should work. Let's just quickly do a restart and then let's see what happens. Why was it asking me for emergency stop? Isn't something I can like turn off? Can I turn this off? Control, dashboard. Miscellaneous, macros, general. No. It doesn't ask me on the other printer. Like here it's emergency stop is emergency stop. So it must be some setting that it asks me here. Ah, here, require confirm on emergency, but it's off. I think the toggle is not doing what it's supposed to do. See, now it's still asking me. Where was it now? Turn it off. That's weird. Seems like a bug. Oh, it's doing it, but it's still doing the dialog. Okay, so the dialog, there's a bug in mainsail. Okay, so it didn't trigger the end stop. That was like one thing, so we need to check why that would be. Let's quickly see this value. I know this is from 0 to 255, but I'm not sure. Most sensitive is, let's just bump it to 200 and see if this helps. Potentially we just have the wrong pin set up here. I never clicked the red button. You probably need to restart mainsail. I think it's just a bug because it's doing it. Like when you click it immediately, like you click it and I hear the fan spinning up. So it's doing the emergency stop. You also see in the terminal. It's just, it shows the, oh yeah, it's sensorless. So we need to figure out what the sensorless is doing or not doing. Let's try it again. Nope. I see, like, immediately stopped. It restarts everything, but it still shows the dialog, so it's definitely a bug. SKR Mini E3 V3 Klipper Sensorless. Oh man. Because maybe we do need this TMC Stepper X virtual end stop thingy. So let's do Y. And now I click the red button. Save and restart. But now it tells me the visual answer requires Diag pin config. So something is missing there. Let's quickly check here. Sensor. Exactly, so here we have the same virtual end stop, and then we have Diag pin. I'm just not sure what Diag pin is. So this is seemingly something we are missing here. Potentially the Diag pin is just a PC1. Because we set the jumper. Let's see. Okay, I'm okay, let's change that color. I'm not clicking the red button. This is like my brain is not wired for that. Let's just make this some blue. Something like that. Restart firmware. Yeah, like the red color is confusing. My idea was to have the opposite color scheme of this one because red is the logo color and blue is the accent. But it's not. My brain doesn't compute that. There's actually, like, if you Austrian Airlines, their like brand color is red. And all on the entire web page, every button is red to confirm. It's so fucking confusing. Like everything is red. Purchase now, red. It's horrible. Okay, so now we kind of have this diag pin set. Let's check again. Let me... Oh, it immediately stopped. And it says homed. So that worked. Just like we now set the sensitivity to 200. Let's put this to 120 again. See, now my cursor automatically goes to save and restart. Should be orange to match the printer. Yeah, I think so. It actually is a good idea. Let's spend some time on the important parts of life. So let's just use like some very nice... Oops. I feel like this is a very important thing. And then we actually keep, because this printer is red. Why is my CPU maxed out? Something is killing my machine right now. Let me quit Fusion in the background. We don't need Fusion. Let's copy the same blue. Yes, my life is all about perfection sometimes. I'm very distinct, like selective with my perfection. 33, 152, 44. Well, 144, 244? 244. Oh, suddenly it's like way easier to select colors. Here we go. Now we have yellow, orangey. It's not quite the color tone, but good enough for now. Okay, we restarted already. Let's try again. Yeah, that seems to work. Quite hard, but I'll take it. Okay, Y is working. Hey. Well, we are already in the end game, right? Like Y is working, we are homing Y, so there's nothing left to do else. Let's see. Let me turn around the printer. Because I know my brain can't handle when it's like backward. So we now need to home this. We just learned how sensorless homing works. So for the printer config, we also need to configure this one here. X is also sensorless homing. This will be the diag pin, and this is X. Yes. And then diag pin is PC0. And this one we set super sensitive for now. So if it stops immediately, we know it works, then we can later tune it. Save and restart. See, I have no problem anymore as soon as the button isn't red. Okay. I'm curious now because now we need two motors, right? So basically the motion in X comprises two motors. Both have to pull the same amount to move horizontally. One motor, it's like if I pull here, you see if it's going up in 45 degrees. And if I pull here, it's going 45 degrees the opposite direction. So both have to work in tandem for the lateral move. So let's see. I'll position it in the middle because if we fucked up, like it can move any direction, up, down, left, right, and we for sure fucked up. So let's see what happens. It moved in the right direction, I think. So let's reduce the sensitivity to 120, I think the other one was. Oh, I pushed too hard. My bad. Oh no, did I push too hard? Yeah, it was me. My bad. That's interesting. So now X is homing, but it doesn't go into the home state because it's linked to Z. Also, the belts are super loose, so that's something we need to fix as well. But I'm happy it moves in X and moves in the right direction, which is amazing. Let's try Z. Not sure if that is what I expected. Not sure if this is what I expected. What do we have as end stop? Virtual end stop. From the probe. I think the probe doesn't work. Let's work on a probe. I mean, the probe is for sure not configured correctly. Probe. Avoid touching BLTouch with your bare fingers. Of course, I never did that, of course. So we need to configure a BLTouch. It's not an inductive probe. That's most likely why it doesn't work at all. Two M4 extruders, which hotend are you using? I'm using, well, yes, I have two extruders. That's why I have this like weird setup with the two main boards. Because one main board, before I broke half the stepper drivers, one main board had 4 stepper drivers, right? You had X, Y, Z, and E. But now I have 2 extruders, so I need 5. I need 5 because I have 2 extruders. That's why I combined the 2 main boards together, that I have enough stepper drivers. The idea was to use the main boards I already have compared to buying a new one. Now that it broke a lot of shit, maybe I still have to buy a new one. But the hotend is just a MicroSiwss hotend. It's all metal hotend, but it's not really like a typical thing for Voron. The idea for this build was like to reuse as much as possible. So I still have the BLTouch that comes from the Ender, and I still have the MicroSiwss all metal hotend, which comes from the Ender. But what I have is like, it's a dual Bowden setup. So basically I designed the part here. It's just a Y splitter basically. So to switch color, you pull out one side and the other extruder feeds in. So it's a very primitive multicolor setup. But yeah, it's like for me, this will be, that's the one thing why I want this printer, is like for the dual color. So let's see. Cool. Let me see. SKR Mini E3V3 Klipper BLTouch. Somebody did it. I hope it works in the end. But I already see myself buying another mainboard. So. Here. The offset we need to check. That's a different topic then. The offset we need to check. But the offset we should get from... We can actually check it in Fusion. And this one can completely go. Save and restart. Is there a test command for BLTouch? Yeah, exactly. Probe set virtual end stop. This is what we have. For Z. Probe set virtual end stop. Exactly. Position end stop is removed. Here. That's kind of set up for a probe already. In the separate Z config section, then add the save Z home config section to raise the Z axis. Okay, let's just copy that and then let's put it to the BLTouch. Let's just add this here. Center of the print bed, that would be 115, 115. Speed, let's just put the speed down for now. Save and restart. Initial tests. So we can use this BLTouch command pin down and pin up, and then we can also check the query probe. Okay, let's try that. Homing, override, and save cannot be used simultaneously. Okay. Where is homing override? Let's comment that out for now. Okay. I don't see a BLTouch down. Yeah, you get a first row seat. I don't see anything happening. Probe is triggered. I just pulled it out, don't do that. It's still triggered. Let's check that our pins are correct. PC14 PA1. PA1 is control pin. Sensor pin PC14 should be PC2. I don't know what PC14 is. But also the problem at the moment would be more like the PA1. Oh, PC14 is up here. No, we wired it as a Z end stop. So PC14 is wrong for us. So PA1 and PC2. But still, the control pin should do something. And we saw it working when we still had Marlin on the board. Like, Marlin did the thingy. So it's a pure software issue at the moment. Not sure if I restart it. Device reports readiness. What? Try again. Okay. Probe is open. Okay, that's good. But the debug doesn't work at all. Down, and your pin, the pin moves down and the red LED on it turns off. No, that's definitely not the case. Let's check what we have wired here. So we have those two pins, which is power and PA1. Power is correct because we have red LED. And PA1 is correct. That looks all good to me. Uh-oh. Something is off with my browser. I'm not sure if there's anything we miss here. Blinking red. No, that's not the... Some BLTouch v3 and 3.1 devices may require configuring probe without touch mode in the printer config file. I do have a BLTouch v3, I think. Let's see, Klipper, BLTouch, not deploying. Yeah, that's what we have. I mean, just for the fun of it. Let's just see what happens when we home. I mean, most likely it just goes wrong, but let's just move it up a bit. It did stop. Is it sensorless, homie? Yeah, as soon as I press up, it stops. No, it just moves down a certain distance. Must home X, Y axis first. I mean, let's just... Unhandled exception during run. Cool. Okay, I think something is just off with our config. Let's just check for all probe. What probe stuff goes on here? We have the BLTouch. There's not much else going on with probe. What a roller coaster. Yeah, well, doesn't seem like we are going to have a print today. Why does it move down? If I move Z in positive direction. Oh. No, it doesn't allow me to move it. I know there's a setting for that. No, doesn't seem like. Doesn't seem like. So it doesn't allow me to move that before it's homed. Oh, it does. Or did I just accidentally click the home button? Oh, I did. Okay. Klipper, BLTouch, set and up. Let's just see if we can approach from a different angle. What does probe do? Must home. Okay, well, that's something we can't do. So we have those. I still wonder whether the control pin is wrong, but can't be. Yeah, probe set. Virtual and stop. So this is exactly what we have here. Probe stats, probe set virtual and stop. So this is fine. Now coming back to this entire thing, because this one is a different board, right? This one is a different board. This is the V2 board. This is the V2 board. And our BLTouch is now on the other board. Which again should not matter too much for now. I would still expect it to work. I mean, even the BLTouch on its own doesn't work, right? Like even if you like completely detach it from the homing, because also debug commands don't seem to work. But PA1 is definitely the correct pin that we have here. And again, like we saw that like in the when the board was still running Marlin, the probe was deploying when the printer started up. So this must have been okay hardware-wise and software-wise with Marlin. Yeah, the pin doesn't go down, so we have to fix it first. Yeah, definitely. Like I was just curious to see if there's some issue with the debug command or something. That like if you home, it magically deploys, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I'm just like not quite sure how to approach that issue. Because it's quite a simple config, like there's not much that can go wrong. We can remove this one again, but I don't think this has any effect. No, it's not doing anything. Servo pin in Marlin. I think, yeah, that's what I understand. The control pin is the same as the servo pin because it's the same physical pin on the board. And it controls the stow and deploy of the probe. Yeah, here the PA1, that's the center pin. I mean, that's also what came in the pre-configured, right? It's just they, in the other config I copied, they used PC14 as the end stop pin, but I have it wired to be the PC2. Which now works, right? Like if we have the... they're all open. No, it doesn't do anything. Probe is open. Yeah, now maybe that's also the issue. No, also pin up doesn't do anything. Also, that doesn't do anything. It's weird. It's really not that difficult of a config that like 1,000 things can go wrong. It's really everything is working except the BLTouch. That's the only thing that's stopping us from like having a print. This is exactly what we do. Like we now remove the Z at the save home. But it should be optional. I mean, there's really not that much to it. There's really not that much to it. I mean, we can try this probe with touch mode, where it says do not enable. But let's go for it. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. That should be really simple. You set those two things, which we did. If the BLTouch will use this home Z axis, we did that. And homing override, which we commented out, but we can add back. Let's just add this one. I don't think this makes any difference right now, but well, if it would be a wiring issue, then it wouldn't have worked before with Marlin. Like, I'm not sure if you saw it on stream, but before I flashed Klipper on the mainboard, it deployed the BLTouch correctly. Like when you turn on the printer, right, it does a click, 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 click initially, and it did that. So it must work hardware-wise. Let's just use the default one. Maybe the cable is not seated correctly in the tool head. I mean, we can go back and check the physical connection. Not like I have any better idea right now. So let's do that. Let's shut down the Pi and then just check the connection again. I don't think that there's an issue, but okay. I mean, just to confirm, this sits in here correctly. There's no loose cable. This looks like a perfectly healthy connector. I mean, I wonder what we could try. It barely doesn't reach down here to the other board. Let's inspect the connector up here, and then we can also do like a quick test with the multimeter. So a really good guide on how to see BLTouch for Klipper a few days. You can see if I find it, if you want to skim. Sure, send it. But I think like the config itself is not that complicated. That's the thing, right? Like it's really simple. Let's see. So I of course can't remember anymore which one is which, but BLTouch pinout. Signal is the yellow cable. So the yellow cable, well, let's put this back to the side. We should have continuity from the yellow cable to this pin. Which I'm not sure why. Oh, no, but can't be. So the thing is, like, on this pin you don't get continuity because there's a diode here. I figured that out before. Yeah, now I get continuity. So if I go to the other side of the diode, I got continuity. And then if I have the other side of the diode and the pin, I also get continuity. Yeah, so that's okay. There's a diode though. I'm not sure about the diode. But again, with Marlin it worked. So technically, hardware-wise, it should be okay. Here's the sanity check of the video. Hit me. Cable that goes to the BLTouch. Yeah, well, there's like multiples. You actually see it on screen. So you have 5 cables, but I'm 100% certain that my cabling is correct because I quadruple checked everything. So you have the brown one, which is ground, and the red one, which is 5 volt. That's kind of the power supply. And then you have the yellow one, which is signal, which is our PA. I forgot the number, like the signal one. This one. This one is the yellow cable, and this one is the power cable, the red one. And then this one is the white cable, the Z end stop. So these are all correct. I'm 100% certain of that. And again, like when we can go back in the stream and check when I had Marlin on the board before I flashed it to Klipper. I did have the BLTouch come out. So from hardware perspective, I'm 100% certain that everything is correct. This is a pure config Klipper issue. Some might be loose, not sure how much hassle it is to get to the BLTouch. Well, on the bottom, I don't think it's loose because like then you see the connector here, right? The likelihood that one side is in and the other side is out is basically 0 because the connector is so small. And yeah, it might be loose, but I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to continue there. Problem is like we need the BLTouch for homing. There's not really like a way around that. I also don't know how to check that, to be honest. I mean, we can unbuild that to get to the BLTouch, but I'm just not certain that it's a hardware problem. Like, if I would be certain it would be a hardware problem, I would like take it apart and like we can measure the continuity from the BLTouch to the board and back. That's not a big deal. But I'm not really sold on it being a hardware issue. Before I do that, I would flash back Klipper, flashback Marlin on the board because I think I have the firmware still. I would rather flashback Marlin and check if it still deploys. Man, that's like... I mean, technically we could also try putting it to the different board. Like if we not do this like arch here with the cable, like it will be long enough to go down there. And then we could try, but also like, why would that make a difference? Why would it make a difference? Yeah, does not deploy with BLTouch debug pinned on. Yeah, exactly that's what it's not doing. It's not deploying with the debug command. And I don't know why. Parts are fixing my own zero touch. Yeah, well, well, at least I'm not alone then. Yeah, so basically it's just not doing anything except like having the red LED. So it has power. But I also don't see it like changing the end stop state. That's also something I don't see actually. Let's put this back on. Are you fucking kidding me? You didn't see it, but it just deployed. Maybe Custard has a point there with the bad connection. Now it doesn't work again. It just deployed. It just deployed. Query probe was also not doing anything. Always says open. Also, if I like do like the forbidden thing and pull it down, it always says open. Okay, let's do this again. But I'm not sure if this is coming from the BLTouch when it's powered on. So here you see the BLTouch. Wait, let me give you like a very nice angle. There's the BLTouch. So if I now say, I just shut it down quickly, just to not pull it directly. And open printers do magic tricks. Well, mine has a lot of magic smoke. It's an expert magician. Here, let me power this off. I'm not sure if that's coming from Klipper or from the probe, but right now it did it. It must be a config issue. Or the probe does it whenever you supply power to it. That's also possible, right? So not quite sure what to do with that. Because like from sending commands to it, it doesn't do anything. Pin down. Self-test. Let's do a self-test. Oops. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't react to any commands. I think the probe does not power on. Might be. Might be. But it's also like the config for the BLTouch is so simple that I don't know what I could do wrong here. Like it's those two pins. Like even the sensor pin is wrong. Like that shouldn't matter, right? Like the control pin. Oops. The control pin is what's important to deploy the probe. Maybe those pins are... Yeah, maybe. That's a good one. No, I only see it in control pin. And then encoder pins, but it's PA10. PA15. No, it's the only usage of PA1. PC2. It should also complain. Sensor pin PB1. This is unique to your main board. Control pin PB0. Yeah, this is unique to the main board, exactly. But control pin PA1. If we look in the... I closed it. If we check here, you can see that, I mean, this is the connector we're working with here, those 5. And you see that PA1 is the center position one. And power is a 5 volt and it has power, so that's correct. And then the one above PA1, I mean, here's the image, right? This one is power and this one is the PA1. And we also just verified with the multimeter that this one indeed goes to the yellow cable. And the yellow cable is signal. Looks correct. Yeah, looks correct. But I don't think it is correct because I would work. Thinks there can be something in this config that breaks it. What does the... I think it inverts it? I have no clue. It does something with the pin. Or it might be pull down or something. I think the knot is invert, like the exclamation mark is inverting it. Actually, I have no clue how to type that. Here. Input pins may be preceded by thing to indicate that a hardware pull-up resistor should be enabled for the pin. Pull down is this one. So it's a pull up. I mean, let's check an SCARE Mini E3 V3 Klipper BLTouch. Maybe somebody has exact config. Sensor pin, yeah, they have PC14. They don't have that. Let's see. This should influence the query probe. Now it says open, it said open before. Always open. No pin down. Yeah, like the sensor pin shouldn't influence the, like, we are fighting the control pin at the moment. Like, it's not deploying, which is a control pin thing, right? The control pin basically tells it to like deploy or stow. But at the moment, this doesn't work. So like the sensor pin shouldn't really matter. I'm sure if there's something in this config that like breaks that. Yeah, white is admin, black, orange signal, red is 5 volt, ground. Software setup. Let's assume that we have those correct. They also use a pull-up here, so maybe we should add that again. Regarding the input for sensor pin, keep in mind that not every BLTouch requires a pull-up resistor to be activated with. Okay, not every, that's not very helpful, but strange. I'm soon ready to power up and set up my own config for it, so I'll see if mine can get mine to work. You know, any differences. It's the first time modding with Klipper on my own. Well, it's always fun. Also no. Yeah, we also never get the probe triggered, but that's like, again, like secondary because this doesn't work. But then knowing that now because I said initially when Marlin started, it did the cycle thingy. But now we see the same happens with Klipper. So maybe it's indeed an issue. And then I'm coming back. I have a suspicion. I think the issue is this is the board. Oh, my shortcuts stop working again. This is the board. And so here's the thing. This board is not made for the BLTouch because I got kind of the wrong board. So I kind of had to hack my way around it with the available connectors here. And the thing is that this yellow cable here goes through this diode here. And I think that we have an issue with this diode. Most likely it's not even needed for the BLTouch, that's one thing. But we also, if we check the continuity, this doesn't have continuity. But I have no clue about electronics, so I don't get continuity over that. If we check for the direction, so it's kind of like in the right way. The thing is, like, my question is, so this is correct in that it should lead a signal. My thinking is what happens if we remove this diode. If we just bypass it. If we just add a solar blob across here and bypass this diode. Because I don't know what this diode is doing there. And I think we can add like a blob of solder here and a blob of solder there and like a small cable. Just like as a trial, what happens. If it works, we can properly remove it. I would say we go for it. Because I have no clue what else to do. Kind of like an open heart surgery situation. I'm really short with my solder iron cable, but we'll manage. Oh, you don't see anything right now. So let's go for it. I'm fairly certain this is the issue. Let me just grab some random ass wire. I'm just adding a bit of tin. To both sides, and then we just bridge that capacitor there. Not enough room to run all the wires straight to BLTouch. Technically yes, but the entire idea of the toolhead board is that you don't do that. Like I can unplug those two plugs here and then the toolhead is disconnected. Okay, let's see. Kind of need to have that in an angle where I don't touch any plastic. Let's add a bit of solder first. It's also... Oh, now the thing is directly in the way, sorry. This is really ugly, but it's just a test. Just a little test. So now we just bridge that capacitor. It's not a capacitor, diode. There's a capacitor the entire time? Diode. Okay, and now we should also get the continuity from here to the plug. I think it's heavy. Okay, let's try again. So if I put the yeah, now we have a continuity from the plug to there, which we didn't have before with that diode in the middle. So now I'm curious to see if this was our issue. Tool PCBs are very handy. They are very handy if they are matching your configuration. I hear a clicky click thingy from the BLTouch. Let's see. Okay, so I'm not gonna comment that yet. Ah! Works. Ugh. Well. Cool. We have to fix up this super ugly cable there. Yeah, now it's also triggered. Like if I move it up a bit. Perfect. So now the question is if we need this pull-up resistor thingy there. I would add it. Let's add that. I don't know how to type this here. Let's add this and try again if it triggers. Yeah, awesome. This like thing, like when I connected the connectors for BLTouch, I was like, this might cause problems, but I completely forgot about it. Let's pin down and then query is open. And now if I move my finger a little tiny bit, it's triggered. Yeah. So let's use the pull-up resistor because then it's like consistent. That's at least my understanding. Let's quickly reset. Okay. Now comes the funny part. Technically we can now home all. Shut down. Is the BLTouch diode, you mean the light? Yeah, that's always on. That's always on. Unhandled exception during run. Let's take a look at the Klipper logs. I don't know what unhandled exception during run is. Not quite sure what the issue is. Unable to connect. Yeah, well, that's just too bad. That was initially. Yeah, this is the issue we see. Unhandled exception during run. Your MCU ID. Is this something we have in a config still? No, that's not in our config. Where would it be? Oh, but maybe that's not the exception we are facing at the moment. Now we are down here. Device reports readiness to read but returned no data. Unhandled exception during run. Autodict mutated during iteration. Cool. I assume like the lower in the log, the more recent. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Autodict mutated during run. Let's just search that with Klipper. Well, it's not really helpful to have like Stack Overflow. Hi there, Collie. Let's see. Let's do firmware restart. Yes, I have two mainboards. And I damaged both of them. So, props. We killed some stepper drivers on each. I was moving the printhead like manually by hand, like last week, to see if like the chains like work properly, and I already had the motors plugged in. So I seemingly damaged the stepper drivers. So now we have 3 stepper drivers less, which is still 5, which is enough, but yeah. Not quite what I had in mind. Okay, let's try again Y homing. That worked fine. Y is A perfect. And then as soon as it homes X, it's like kind of like freaking out. Like Y is totally fine, and you also see like it becomes blue. So don't you need 2 serial LEDs in config? I have 2 serial LEDs in config. Yeah, as soon as homes X, it's over. So something is right. I think maybe it has to do with the core XZ setup. Here, Collie, I have 2 serial LEDs. MCU and MCU V2, and the V2 is the SKR Mini E3 V2, and this is the SKR Mini E3 V3. And you also see that one of the steppers, this one, is already on the V2. So I wonder whether the problem here is that we have a core XZ and the X and the Z stepper are on different boards. Well, I'm not sure if I continue like a lot longer. Like I'm already like at 4 hours now. And my brain kind of like slowly shuts down. I mean, it's moving, it's amazing, but not quite what I had in mind. So let's quickly look at our hardware situation. Can we oh wait. Nope, that was the bad. So this is our hardware situation. Nope. This 3 are all dead. That's the short version. Actually, I can't remember what was the error with those. I can't remember the error with those anymore. Maybe this was just like when we tried to swap it and we didn't know that we had to change the UART address. But I'm also thinking... I mean, this one definitely has 2 broken ones. Like, this one is definitely done. Yeah, this one is really hot. Ironic. But yeah, this board we can replace because conveniently I have the same one again. So I'm thinking whether we should try moving this stepper to this board here. Maybe that solves the issue that Klipper has with homing. Let's try that. Quickly shut down the Pi. So basically this one should be long enough that we can temporarily just move it over here. I don't think... Now this one is really like an extruder, I think, yeah. So this one we didn't configure yet. I missed a lot of your live streams. Why are you using 2 boards? Well, I'm using 2 boards because I have 2 extruders and each board only has 4 drivers. So you have X, Y, Z and then 1 extruder. But for 2 extruders I need basically 1 extra, and this is where the second board comes in. The idea was to reuse hardware I have. As of today, I also damaged both boards. Success. So this one has 1 dead stepper driver and this one has 1 dead stepper driver. So now I need 2 boards just to have the basics running. Okay, so this one is the extruder. Let's not have extruder at the moment, and this one is the other extruder. So these are the 2 extruders. And let's move this one here. So we move it from the X to the extruder. Let's actually put on the covers again so this mess stays contained. Yeah, this one's also SKR Mini E3 V1.2. This is a V2 and this is a V3. It's like all generations. How did you damage the stepper drivers? I was stupid enough to move the print head relatively fast while the cables were plugged in. So I sent power to the drivers and killed them. Okay, let me quickly move the camera out of the way. Okay, let's power this on. But hey, the BLTouch is now working, so that was like a 1.5 hour endeavor. Okay, we need to have the pins from the extruder now. SKR Mini E3 V1.2. Yeah. I mean, I most likely will also put now this one in the machine just to have like not a damaged board in there. Let's see, step pin PB3. So our X, stepper X. So this is now PB3. Oh wait, I need to. This one needs to be now on the V2 board. The deer pin is PV4, but also on the V2 board. Enable pin is PD2 on the V2 board. And then the UART is the same, and then UART address is V2 PC11, V2 this one, V2 PC0, and UART address is 3. The only thing I didn't check now is, do we have the pin set? No. So the sensorless homing for X won't work at the moment. And I'm also a little bit skeptical because now we plugged it into the extruder motor. Maybe we should also quickly make a backup of the config before I mess everything up. So the magic is this one, E0 Diag. Does it somewhere say? What is this map to? Enable step direction. But it doesn't specify the Diag pins. Or do I miss this? Because I basically know X, Y, Z is fine. E0 Diag. Scale mini E3 V2 E Diag. Yes. Kind of need the pin number. It's most likely PC3, I guess. It's the same. Do we see a PC2 here anywhere? Ah, it's PC0, PC1, PC2, and then PC15 most likely. I would assume. I'm going to make one of my enders into an IDEX with dual stealth burner. Oh, that's cool. I just need to get another extruder and hotend and linear rail. IDEX is really cool. But on Ender you don't have a lot of space for that, so you need to also widen the frame. I'm gonna bet that's 15. PC 15. And then we quickly need to set the jumper. Wait. I dropped all my soldering tips. So we need to set the jumper here. I do have so basically we need to set this jumper here. It's a bit dark, I'm sorry. And this should allow us to have sensorless homing on that. It's such a Frankenstein setup. Okay. See when this is back online. I'm a bit concerned that the probe doesn't deploy now. Okay, wait. Let's quickly downsave. Can I? Yeah, let's quickly download that before we completely mess it up. Save and restart. Okay, let's see if we still can home X. Oh, surprising. Let's see if this fixed our issue now. Well, it didn't crash, but it also didn't home. So something is off with the homing. We don't get this error anymore, this unhandled exception. So it seems to be that on the core XZ, we need to have X and Z on the same mainboard, which makes sense, arguably. The probe is working now. The probe is working. I added. You were quite close. I added this weird ass cable here. It jumps over. There's this diode here, the red thing. And this causes problems. Like, the thing is, like, this is not meant to be used for the BLTouch, this plug. I kind of like misused it. And there's, on the board, there's this diode. And this prevented the signal from reaching for some reason. But no, homing still doesn't work. Homing still doesn't work. That's kind of like a whole thing. But we are getting closer, I guess. We don't have a, like before I had an unhandled exception while homing. So we don't have that anymore. And I wonder whether the issue is this homing override. We have here this homing override, which comes from the Switchwire config, but let's quickly remove that and see. So just to show you, if I have BLTouch command pin down, well, you don't see it, but it goes down. And if I say up, it goes up. And it also goes into triggered state. So this is all fine. So the only problem now is that we have issues homing. So I can home Y is a perfect. Homing Y works, and you also see this becomes blue, which is nice. That's exactly what you want, right? And now we can also move Y. Perfect. There's nothing wrong. If I home X, it doesn't become blue. If I home Z, I don't know. It homes in the wrong direction. Cool. Okay. I didn't try that yet. So Z homes in the wrong direction. Then the question is if Z just moves in the wrong direction. Let's see. I mean, we can invert the deer pin. Position max. I think it moves. Scary fast homing is also one thing I thought. I mean, we have this homing override here. Let's add that back. Let's quickly restart again. Not quite sure what that was. Here we go. Okay. So let's see if we can slow it down first. But it should now have the homing override, so should be slow. Oh, no, it goes directly into shutdown. Cool. Unhandled exception, now we're here again. Is this now because I enabled the homing override again? So what did we before? We homed Y. And then we moved Y forward, right? Yeah, as soon as I hit that, it goes now into like this. Let's see if we... remove the homing override again. Now I do that. Now it goes in opposite wrong direction. Okay. We need to check the Voron docs. They have a thing. Voron documentation initial startup something. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So if we have oh no, but it was okay. We were in the green, right? Let's quickly undo what we had. So I inverted the Z direction. Let's quickly fix that. So we can home Y. Yeah, we checked the log files before for the unhandled exception. it was something weird, like some Python error, like list was modified during iteration or something? No clue. It doesn't allow us to move the axis without homing it. Klipper move axis without homing. Okay, we need force move. Okay, let's try that. I just want to see that we that we move the right directions. So but it's most likely we'll just have a like 45-degree move. Yeah, this is literally just a one stepper. Yeah. So basically now you can see that if we do 30, you see this moves this direction. So it's a problem with the force move, we cannot use the kinematics. You can bus to check direction. How can I bus to check direction? But it's the same thing. Like if I bus, I only have one motor. But if I want to move Z in a certain direction, I need to have both motors. Maybe we can use this. If we now say does now think it's homed? Oh, now it thinks it's homed. Ah, check. No, if it moves at 45 degrees, it's perfectly normal. Because of the way this is set up, 45 degrees is totally normal. One motor moves 45 degrees. Like this motor moves this axis and this motor moves this axis. It's like an X. Only if both motors work together, they can move vertical or horizontal. Okay, so now let's see. If I move in Y, Y moves backwards. Y is perfect. Now the interesting part. If we move in X, this should move this direction, and it does. So according to our Voron documentation, I lost it. Ah, here. So X is perfect in this direction. This is green. Green I like. So Z should move upward. And Z moves down. So indeed, we have an issue that our Z motor moves the wrong direction. But it's not like Z motor, it's like the combination of both are wrong. So we have this situation here. X and Z are swapped. Which is easy. We can swap them. That's not a big deal. Let's just turn off the steppers. And then it should be safe for us to quickly swap the two connectors. can't quite show you that in this angle. I'm just quickly swapping the connectors. Oh, if the cable is long enough. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, it doesn't reach. So it will be a software swap. It will be a software swap. Let's do the following. We swap X and Z. So we need to copy those and UART position. So this goes here and this goes there. And then the UART address is 1, 1, and then U become 3. Cool. Save and restart. Now our steppers are swapped, but software-wise. Let's do the same thing we did just before. So we set our kinematic position to 0, so it thinks it's home. And now we can move Y. Moves backwards. I will turn off the printer when swapping stepper models. Yeah. It's broken already. Don't care that much anymore. I turn off the motor, like the drivers, then it should be off anyways. Like the stepper part. You could just swap the pins in the config. Yes, I did. Now the interesting part. X should still go this way. Success. Now Z should go up. Cool. Now that this is settled, we can still try our home all. That did not go well. So we lost the sensorless homing. We lost the sensorless homing. Most likely we forgot to swap the diag pin. X, diag pin PC15, which is obviously incorrect. It should be... This is V3... Let's just close stuff we don't need anymore. V2. X is PC0. PC0. Oh my god. You might have forgotten to change the pins for sensors homing. Yes, exactly. And the homing override is still disabled. Let me quickly check that. I think, yeah, I commented the homing override out for now. Yes, let's quickly do it without. Let's try again. Nope. Nope. Is the pin set there? Where's not? I kind of lost also track which stepper is plugged in. Let me quickly peek. Yes, it's the wrong one. We are physically plugged into the Z. So it's not PC0, it's PC2. PC2. Where's my X stepper? PC2. Let's also quickly try homing only one axis, just to like reduce the stress. I could also like put the sensitivity up, but where's the fun in that, right? Not sure what it did now. Now it moves the wrong direction. Does it? If we quickly force home it again? No, it still moves in the right direction. But if I now home it, it moves this direction. What did I do now? I changed the diag pin, right? Yeah, it's the same as the BLTouch, but on a different board. Whew. Yeah, why works? That works. I mean that's a win. I was kind of like about to crush my hand, but hey, that works. So now everything works and suddenly X is not a friend anymore. I'm not sure what it's doing there. Ends of X still triggered after retract. Oh. X is triggered. So X is triggered. I'm not sure if it's that simple. Like putting an exclamation mark. I don't think it's that simple. Because it shouldn't be triggered right now. That just means we have the wrong pin. Yeah, we can try, but it will just crash into the thing. The thing's like it's a diag pin, right? Or it should be. Let me check if the jumper is in there. It's not. We are missing the jumper. That's why it's triggered, because it's a pull up resist. Like there's a pull up, and we're just pulling it up. Yeah, Let's be nice and power off the Pi and pull power and then move the jumper. So this is the issue here. This jumper needs to go here because we moved the stepper. Just quickly pull this off. So this needs to go here. And now we can turn it back on. And this is to bridge the sensorless homing. Without that, the pin is never like doing anything. Okay. If we home today, I call it a full success. You might have put the... Yeah, exactly. I mean, I put the jumper for the extruder actually. But then we swapped X and Z. And then I didn't move the jumper. So just swapping the pins in software didn't work after all. Okay. Let's do quickly query end stops. Open, open, open. Perfect. That was the issue. Then let's move. I mean, Y is not a problem. The 1.2 board works. Sensorless homing. I had it configured there. Then X. Fingers crossed. Okay, that was most likely me pulling. It stopped. I was just a bit concerned that it wouldn't stop. Let's try it again. End stop still triggered after retract. I mean, it stops at the end. That's correct. I just wonder why it says that. Because now it's open. I give it... yeah, you can tune the sensitivity, but it usually just means whether it stops faster. And it was quite hard. Like I pulled quite a bit against it and it didn't stop. So maybe it's too... I mean, it's here. This is what you referred. Oh, sorry, browser. This is what you refer to. We can put it to 180 or something to make it more sensitive. But see, now we failed because it's too sensitive. Let's try 140. So we should rather put it to the opposite direction then, right? Because now we make it more sensitive, so it's more likely to have issues. Yeah, it's still the same issue. Let's go the opposite direction. So instead of making it more sensitive, let's make it less sensitive. Still the same issue, and it was like really like an impact now. Maybe we can do this one, home retract distance. Let's put this back to 120. And just put the home retract distance to 50. Maybe that does something? No? Okay, where do we have to put that? Oh, it's most likely here, home retract distance. Let's also put homing speed a bit less. 50. Homing speed 50. It's homing a bit too fast for my liking. Homing speed, let's do 20, 30. Probably on step X. Yeah, exactly. Because all the other homing stuff was there. Yeah, now it works. Let's see. Still triggered after retract. But if I now do query end stops, it's open. Let's see. Oh, they say put it to 0. Okay, let's try. Homing, retract, distance. Wait, X, homing, retract, dist, 0. Aha! I see a blue X. I see a blue Y. Let's not do that here. Okay, so we are homing, but now we need to homing override because we need to home in the center of the bed and not somewhere randomly. So we go to X, Y, 1, 2, 5, and then we go down. Let's see. Let's do X, Y, Z. Still moves a bit fast for my liking down. Let's change. I'm not sure if this is the feed rate here. I mean, it should be. Let's see if we can get a full homing. Okay. Whatever this happened. Looks off center. Yeah, it's most likely off center. We didn't calibrate the print area and anything. What happened now? No clue what's up now. So first the web page crashed and now it's not reachable anymore. It's it feels like the universe wants to prevent me from homing. I kind of take that personal at some point. try the IP. Okay, let's quickly restart the machine. Correct, said Martin. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. But actually, like, you can't use Martin with 2 boards. So this is like a very like specific use case where you can only use Klipper. You need to change the homing speed under step Z. Step Z. Yes. I think I did that already. I turned it quite a bit down. Let's first see that we get this back online. I mean, now I get pings. Okay, I have no clue what just happened here, but we are back. Let's quickly check the stepper Z. Homing speed is 30. Let's just put it to 10 and see what happens. Oh, I changed the speed. Oh, my bad. Okay. Let's try an X. Y. Z. Nice and slow. Mind blown. We are homed. We don't have an extruder yet. Yeah, guys, I'm kind of inclined to keep moving, but it's almost midnight and I'm a bit tired. Because now we need to figure out the stepper. And we need to calibrate everything a little bit. So it will be like another hour before we could start potentially printing. So that will be a bit too late for me. So I would say I take this now as a win, like with all the highs and lows we had today. So just to sum up, all the casualties we had one dead buck converter, one dead Raspberry Pi. Just like symbolically, we had total of 3 stepper drivers. So, but we got it homing. So, hey, success. So here's the things I will do before we go into the next stream. We can technically do it on stream, but then we are having like another half stream, just me doing random stuff. I will think about what I use as a print bed. Because I did not think about that yet at all. Technically, before I use this glass plate, which is fine. It has the benefit that it's flat, but it's quite heavy. I'm quite confident by now that this is an absolutely perfectly flat print bed. I'm not sure if I ever mentioned it on stream, but I think I spent like half a day sanding this print bed down to a point where it's absolutely flat. Like if you shine with the light below, like there's no light coming through. So this is flat to a point where I'm confident using like some magnetic spring shield bed or something. So I think this is no longer needed because I used this because it was the only way to have like a flat print bed. So I think about that. I will order something most likely. I don't think I have anything. Let's see. Most likely will just be like some weird random spring steel bat. So that's one thing I have to do. The second thing, for those who saw, like we added this like super hacky jumper cable here to bypass the diode. I will remove the diode and I will properly bridge that gap. So this cable will be gone, then we can close this again. Then below the hood, I will remove the SKR Mini E3V2 board and I will replace it with the SKR Mini E3 V1.2 board I have here as a spare. They both have the same defect that the fan headers don't work, but now the V2 board also has a broken driver. So I'll put this one in. This will allow us to have at least the AB motors on one board and also one extruder on one board. Yeah, that's basically it. And then the other board only has to drive the Y and the one extruder. Then we will need to see how that develops itself. I'm a bit concerned because the broken stepper gets quite hot. So on the V2 board, you can feel it on the small heatsink, it gets really, really hot. On the V3 board, I think it's less of a concern if it gets hot because we have the bigger heatsink and the V3 board sits directly in front of the big fan. So this is less of a concern there. So I swapped this board out for sure. So print surface, board swapping, and fixing this one. And then I think next sprint, the only thing we need to do before we can print is we need to configure the extruder and we need to check the belt tension. Because at the moment it's clearly, I mean, there's a little bit of like imbalance. Like here you can push it up ever so slightly so the belt tension is off. But we also need to like tighten them a bit because they're super loose. And then technically next stream, we can, I would say like after an hour, we should be able to start printing. So sorry for everyone who got enticed by the title. Yeah, I don't have a hot gun, Castor, so I can't unsolder the chip. But I mean, the thing is like, if I would not have this board, I would like do something about it, but the easiest easiest fix for me right now is just swapping those two boards. Yeah, that's the easiest fix. The only thing I need to check then is indeed if the 1.2 supports sensorless homing, because looking at it now, the jumpers are different here. So, but that's something I will figure out. And if shit hits the fan, we still have the Creality board. Cool. So I'm happy. Like, it's homing. Just for the lows of it, let's do it one more time. Shouldn't have done that. It could have been like a successful end. I don't know what it just did. I have no clue what it just did. It didn't change anything, did I? What just happened? And if I now do the same and do all, it does something weird. Yeah, why does it do that? If I home all, it homes the wrong direction. Okay. let's ignore that. That's something we can bypass worst case with some magic, but yeah. $28X0Y0 to G. Yeah, something, the Voron, something like that. But yeah, that's it homes when you home individually, so it must be like some config issue. Okay, cool. But then that's it for today. See you next week. Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and hopefully less electronic issues next week. See you then. Bye.